Still coming? Okay. Inspiring. Okay. That was a wonderful way of describing what you experienced. Okay, we'll go to the next one. So what attributes? Person assessment data. Okay, grouping by learner level. Cost effectiveness of the materials. Glad you were able to interact with the materials. Some of them, we displayed them here, and I think you were able to see them in our schools. Thank you. Locally available materials. Okay. So there we are. Okay, creative in learning. Okay, maybe give it time. Okay. Keep your comments coming. Looks like we are done. Okay. Still going on. So that is the order that we have submitted. Very interesting. Thank you for your comments. Okay. Okay, the next one. How does a catch-up lesson enhance social emotional learning among learners? Okay. Collaborative solving, working together, having a fun in a supportive space. The praise aspect. Hope you were able to see that. It's a wonderful observation describing how social emotional learning can be enhanced. Yeah. Thank you. Next. Okay, we can move to the next one. Are we starting? Oh. Any more comments? Looks like we are done. 43 responses. Okay. Which teacher competencies did you observe when you visited that particular school? Mm-hmm. Some of you were able to see passionate teachers, enthusiasm, control over pedagogy. That's beautiful. Yeah. Engagement, praising learners, classroom management, very important aspect of lesson delivery. Creativity. Wow. Playful approach. Learning through play. Very important component in the learning of a child. And so many activities there where learners were completely involved in their learning process. Thank you. This is a very critical question. Yeah. Adapted to integrate right from the class 1. I'm sure that is it grade 1? And then do it in lower grades and integrate with the curriculum. introducing catch-up as early as ECE and grade 1. That's an interesting comment with interrogation. Those grades. Okay, some are suggesting it can be used across grades, can be included in the pre-service teacher training. Should be reinforcing once. The methods should be reinforcing and influencing what is happening in our class. Okay. I think at this moment in time, I'll invite my colleague, the PO, so that we can continue the session just from where I've left it.
Thank you very much. I recognize the presence of honorable ministers here and other delegates. My task is simple. Is probably to find out from any one or two delegates on their general overview of what they saw in the catch-up classroom today. That is the first one. I know that time is not our best ally. However, if there are any other issues or questions that people may want to ask, please, you are given an opportunity to write them down. There will be some people who collect them so that they can be attended to at a later time. At this point in time, I would like to really to find out whether from what you saw in the lessons that you observed, there is something that has really touched you to an extent where you feel it should even be implemented in your own country, or to go and encourage your educationists there to actually implement some of those aspects. So this is a free question to anyone. Anyone who was touched by one or two particular aspects which you feel you may want to share on the lessons observed? Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. I managed to visit 3 classes that we saw teachers teaching, and what really touched me is the motivation that those teachers have. They exhibit a zero enthusiasm. They are self-motivated. Even the pedagogy and language that they used is the same. They started with rote learning for just a few minutes. Then there was collaborative learning, feedback, and it was just superb. And we want to encourage teachers all over Africa to follow the example of Zambia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Quite insightful and impactful remarks there. Anyone else? Oh, we have one there behind. Who can help us to pass on the mic?
Thank you very much. I visited the school. I hope the pronunciation correct. Lilai Primary School. Correct.
That's right.
Thank you. What really impressed me most is the teaching and learning using locally available resources. The teacher was teaching the concept of addition and subtraction using stones and sticks. And for me, really, that was very good. I wish this could be adapted instead of always complaining that schools have inadequate funds to buy the so-called sophisticated modern resources. We should be able to improvise as teachers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. There is also another lady just behind you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I went to Mary Aikenhead community, and one thing that impressed me is the use of the language, the social language that the children use in teaching together with their teachers. We are usually very rigid. When we want the local language, we want it done perfectly. And this time around, I saw something different. They were saying, yes, the local language, we have the local language. But the fact is, as these children get out at home in the streets, they don't use that local language as it is. Mind you, language is not rigid. Language is not stagnant. It is changing. So they also adopt that. So I think it is a take home for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other remarks? Oh, there is one here, over there.
Thank you very much. I went to Yotama Muleya Combined School. It was quite informational and interesting to see children in groups discussing their work, teaching them to be assertive, presenting before their colleagues. And also the language issue, it's one that needs to be considered for mostly the other countries like Kenya, Nigeria. Perhaps Swahili should be used as a common language for certain countries, because it's not always that we agree as ethnic tribes on a certain language. But I'll say bravo to Zambia and say they are very brave to agree on a certain language that could be used generally in the regions and the schools. For my country, I should think that we will have to maintain teaching in English and a little bit of Siswati, because we speak only Siswati as our local language, to avoid a transition of the pupil from the lower grades to the upper grades where they can't actually read and write and also speak proper English, because at the moment we're using a common medium of teaching in our country is English. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very insightful indeed. Do we have any other? Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say that some of those comments which we have heard, they are but only a few of the strengths that we have also observed in our country about the catch-up program. I was particularly impressed to the school where I went, because I wanted to give an opportunity for our colleagues who are non-Zambians to hear their views about what they saw. And some of the comments that we actually received, they were highly impressive. And that also gives us feedback, because they were also able to point to us some of the few things where they think we may do it differently. As such, we have learned, we are used to getting feedback from among ourselves within the country, but when you hear other people talk about your practice, you really get very well informed to an extent where you know the buttons where to touch so that you may perfect your performance. It was a great honor that you have been exposed to this particular methodology, which we feel has actually changed the educational landscape in as far as pedagogical content knowledge is concerned in our country. I want to say at this point in time, thank you very much also to our colleagues, VVOB, who facilitated for this exercise. We really appreciate everything that you have done, enable our colleagues, the delegates, to be able to see what really catch-up is in reality as performed in a classroom. Thank you very much and God bless you.
Thank you so much. A big hand again to VVOB and the Ministry of Education partnering to ensure that children get a better and qualitative education. Just check on your neighbor. Are they still awake? Are they still alive? They're good. These are critical moments, critical times. And you may, if it's an honorable minister, just rub their back and say, Honorable Minister, so that you are not waking them up in a rude way. Ladies and gentlemen, we carry on, and with that reflection, we now go into our parallel sessions. And there's parallel session 1 and parallel session 2. Please assure me, do we need to do anything to energize you? Are you wide awake? We can go straight into our sessions. Are we good? Can I hear a resounding yes? That's not convinced. Okay, I saw that hand. If you, yes, I need like yes. Fantastic. Yes, okay. So parallel 1. Supporting teachers in Africa to improve foundational learning. Focus is on teachers, delving deeper into the broader teacher-related issues. And we're going to be having moderator for the parallel session 1. So first what I'll do is I'll announce those that are going to be in session 1 and session 2. And then at this particular time, let me just get a signal, maybe from, where's Shem? Oh, there we are. Okay. Are we going to divide the room again into 2? Okay, good. Okay. Okay. So strategies for teachers recruitment includes innovative models of teacher engagement, teacher training, professional development, and retention, and the role of teachers in implementing foundational learning programs like the Zambia Catch-Up Program. Our moderator in parallel session 1 is Mrs. Cleo Dintil Hack. I'm really being tested with my sound, you know, how to do sounds, going back to, am I pronouncing it correctly? Yes. Try, it works. Okay. You're too kind. Okay, so Cleo is going to lead on this one, and she's Senior Program Officer, Global Education Program, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. So I think, Cleo, you could come to the front immediately, and then we're going to have our repertoires who are obviously in the audience, and these are Dr. Margaret Okere, Development Consultant, Dr. Linda Zuze, Foundational Learning Expert and Consultant. The speakers are Dr. Dudu Hlofe, and Dr. Dudu is Senior Inspector Early for Childhood Development Unit under the Ministry of Education in Eswatini. Dr. Dudu, are you around? Yes, please, let's just give her a big hand. Please come over. Okay, would you like to come to the front? Because this is parallel session 1, and parallel session 1 will be this end. Okay, please come over. Then we also have Zambia Open Community Schools, ZOCs, and Reformed Open Community Schools represented. I think Cleo is around. Oh, who's going to be representing ZOCs? Martha? Okay, cool. Okay. Yes, there's two clears. Yes. And then Dr. David Evans, economist. He is from Center for Global Development, United States. Are you around, Dr. David Evans? Cool. Yes, coming over. And then Mr. Daniel Isaac Zulu, director, actually, for Beyond Ourselves, we are going to be having we're going to have Dan Whitcomb, and he is Education Development Coordinator, Beyond Ourselves. Please come over, Dan. So there's Dan, and there's another tall human being I saw who it's just the two of you. So please, Dan, just come, just stand here so that people see the difference in height. And I am in my 12-inch heels.
I'm in my one.
He's in his 1 inch. So Dan is representing Beyond Ourselves, and I believe ADEA. Okay, so that ADEA will be tapping into the knowledge and experience of retired teachers. So that's for parallel session 1. Then parallel session 2, we're looking at the role of structured lesson planning and delivery, practical preparation and assessment to improve instruction. Moderator is Professor Helen N. Inyenga. Whew. Professor Helen is moderating this, and she is language literacy, numeracy, special and early childhood education expert from the University of Nairobi. Repertoires in parallel session 2 are Mrs. Titina Gerber, senior economist coming from the World Bank in Rwanda, Dr. Moya Hatembo, Center for Promotion of Literacy in Sub-Saharan Africa, University of Zambia. Speakers include Honorable Angelina Matsi Mosheka, Minister of Basic Education, South Africa, Mrs. Mary Sichangi, Coordinator ADEA on mathematics, science, education, results of the study, the results of study on play-based STEM education. Then we also have Miss Edith Ngoma, Child Fund Zambia, Honorable Dr. Joanne Ovyawe, Commissioner for Education, Edo State in Nigeria. And then also, last but not the least, is Dr. Wendy Rala. You know, I think I need to start that. When is the catch-up program again? So that we'll do these sounds. Dr. Wendy Rala, Science of Teaching, RTI International, and she will be joined virtually. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will now be upstanding so that we break out into 2 groups. We will divide the room into 2, have the speakers that I have mentioned go into their designated places. So kindly be upstanding so that we can go into the sessions that we are designated to go to. Shem?
Closing the room.
Okay, so Shane is my savior. He's saying that maybe while we divide the room into 2, you could grab a cup of tea. Yes, Somebody said, we just ate. Yes, our aim in Zambia is to make sure you gain weight. Please be upstanding. Please be upstanding. Forget your diets. Forget your fasting programs. We need you to gain weight so that people know that you came from Zambia. Please grab a cup of tea. And if you don't feel like grabbing a cup of tea, please just stand and make sure that you're wide awake. We want you to be very engaged in this session. We need you to be very, very engaged.
I'm gonna give you my card. If you ever come. I hope so. I hope so. Yeah, you never know. Yeah, well, you'll hear more. In a couple minutes. These pictures of the panel. Was that your boss or your colleague?
My colleagues and our partners.
Let's look like we're talking about something very important. It's a very serious issue.
Yes. It's like, we need to change this.
It's essential. Essential. Yes, very good. People are going to be like, that panel is the best panel of the conference. They look so intense.
Oh, yes.
Cleo.
I think we need to start.
So.
We're not gonna finish.
2 minutes. I need to go to the other room.
Okay, but should we just start?
Just give me 2 minutes.
And okay, I wait for you.
That's my slides.
Ah, yes.
I mean, without them, but.
I usually don't remember anything when I present without slides. I'm sure you're better than me.
Twice. I was actually at Rise. Ben was in the audience, and somehow my slides got messed up. So only the first 3 slides from my 20-slide presentation were there. And so they were working on it. But in the meantime, I was like, well, the timer's still running. So I just tried. I was like, well, I think this is what I'm going to talk about next.
What is a good training?
Yes.
That's what I was about to ask. Are you gonna like do a bell or throw something at us?
I'm gonna have my little phone here and a little alarm, and okay, heads up after 1 minute before.
Okay.
1 minute of 5, 1 minute of 8.
It's 1 minute is after how many minutes?
So essentially, ideally, we do less than 8 minutes, but
Okay.
8 minutes is ideal. And let's say at 7 minutes, I'll give you a 1 minute check. At 8, I'll tell you, and then maybe I'll let you guys go to my, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't be a moderator.
No, you shouldn't. You're not supposed to tell us that in advance.
At 8, I will do 2, whatever.
Exactly.
It's a capital.
I used to run when I would run Pensacola Bank. I had obnoxious little button. It would go off at the time, and then I would turn it off until they stopped talking. So, they'd look over at me, they'd be like, "Can you turn that off?" I'm like, "No, time is up."
Sometimes I get interested and I'm like, say a bit longer, but I won't do this time.
I'm really interested.
How peculiar. A session on teachers. And we're gonna start. Yeah, that's fair. I cannot focus on the moderator. Yeah, I would be interested in that session, so you can. But I'm more interested in this session.
Thank you.
We just like to make you feel
No,
good
it's
about
good. It's good. You gotta say this.
Well, it's good. Nobody's too stressed about starting. I hope you noticed that the minister said, so this is like an important session.
Minister State?
The deputy minister of Namibia. In Orange.
And 9 minutes to state.
I think. Sorry?
9 minutes later.
Ah.
Yeah. So like I'm telling you, it's so much harder for me because she'll be looking at me directly that I to listen to what I'll be saying about my ministry.
So it's good. We'll know.
So if she gives you a little shake, you're like, actually. Or if she goes like this, you leave. See, that's why I'm glad my boss is here, because I could just tonight send an email saying,
This is definitely the sessions I prefer to.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then I was told
And so you just suddenly had to do it.
She's not trying, so you go the time. I said, oh, my God, what do you? But then, anyway, you can
It's education, you did it. That's a high five. I couldn't do it.
I hear.
Oh my gosh, I couldn't do it. I would have been so. I have no idea what to say here.
There's such a situation.
It's like if my colleague, Leo knows like my Justin said about if someone were like, Justin's not here. Dave, just present his papers. Like, I couldn't, I know. No thanks.
Structured pedagogy doesn't work.
Yeah, I was
You
gonna
said
say,
programs are really bad.
oh, that would be a little different.
But then the whole situation, like, was like,
No, you have to do it.
yes, they had to sort of everything.
But not pretty well, a good anecdote on a paper on family planning, so that he wanted someone else to present, Michael Kenner,
Yeah.
because he had to do it. And apparently it was saying that family planning was research because people knew other ways to think about the risks. And apparently in the paper, they were listing all other ways. And Michael Kenner had to go through this. And it was provocative too, essentially.
Kramer, you could not have more different styles.
One of the very provocative.
Very opinionated, and he wants to incite an argument. Michael Kramer just wants the evidence, the purest evidence, in the most kind of intellectual way possible. You know, yeah, right? Yeah, yeah.
Maybe we should do this with this presentation. At the end, people to recap what others have said. And
Better take better notes.
I tried to do this, but
Let me among us from the floor.
Yeah, from the floor.
from the floor, I see you're trying to get my attention
Have
here.
her boss recap my presentation. Not just in instructional pedagogy reviews pretty positive. I saw him presented internally at CGD.
Yeah.
I thought it was like, these work really well. No, did you read it a little more negatively? Yeah, but everything's expensive. Yeah, I mean, maybe we have, sometimes two people look at the same thing and read it a little bit differently. My takeaway, and his takeaway, like when he presented it internally at CGB, was like impressively consistent across settings, like the external validity of like delivering learning impacts. I was like, wow. So anyway,
So maybe the paper I saw was about reviewing the past structured pedagogy program.
Talking about all the USIB funding.
Yeah, I saw like $840 per student. So maybe that's. But I think I stayed on the cost. But actually, it's fine. It's true. So I
It's
think
nice to hear him say something confidence. It's too strong.
yeah.
It's kind of like it's time.
Yeah. No, and I like this about
It's
it.
very important. Yeah.
It's just what I saw the paper and will America teach reading to the world? I could see the tone. Let's see what it feels like. Yeah, let me see this. Yeah. Mammy disappeared, huh? So I'm wondering if
Back. Then you use it again.
did you see him coming back? Okay.
I don't see him.
Okay.
Wrong shirt.
Well, worst case, we could also start and we don't have slides.
Sometimes.
Would you feel comfortable starting? Because otherwise we're waiting for.
But I think, I know something, I was like, right, like, I think I could just open them up.
Yeah.
I wish I was aware that you needed plans because I
No, no.
said it, but then.
Yeah, no, otherwise we skip and we just have a look at.
But then you make sure like I get.
So you have slide or you don't have slide? But so you're gonna speak with us? Oh, yeah, sounds good. Let me just make sure. It's in, here, perfect. Answer the questions I sent. Because I think some of them you're not showing right now. The questions you like sent. They were not saying. Okay. In email I sent you, so the questions that were sent, right?
Yes,
And it was the obstacle, the improvements.
yes. What did you?
I'll take a
I
quick
did have a
picture.
look. Yeah, it was. What solution to addressing?
I'll just bring you. For some people, they miss them.
Mine?
Sorry?
Some questions. Questions.
Do they have your size?
So yeah, they're open, but I don't know how to project, like, I don't know. To make sure that
Okay. Are they?
he's my IT guy. And mommy is, I don't know if these guys.
Yeah. Good question. Let me ask.
So you have questions now.
We want to start. So we want to start, but he's trying to put his slides.
Oh,
Just need someone to do that.
all right.
Still not showing?
They went to call him. So you can decide what you want to do. If you want to start with someone else, that's also fine.
Maybe we'll start with, she doesn't have slide and then you'll go
It's fine.
second.
You are the boss.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for being here for this session on the strategies for teacher recruitment, teacher training, and professional development and retention. All of that in the context of structured pedagogy and TARL and remediation programs. We have here the panel of distinguished guests. I hope you're all very awake to hear them. I'm not as good as Kunda to make provocative jokes and try to wake people up, but I'm sure the content of the presentation will help you. It's a lot of very interesting panels and a presentation that we have ahead. We have a rapporteur that is Dr. Linda Souze here and Madame Margaret as well. Do you want to stand just so that people see you? Yeah, you can clap for them, please. And they may come at the end also to give a couple of closing words. So without further ado, we're going to start with the session. And I will first call on our first panelist, who is not with slides, but will just talk. Mrs. Dudu Hilofe. Am I saying this right? No? Okay, please tell us your name. And help us.
Thank you. Good day to everyone. I am Dudu Sope. Sope, yes. I'm from the Kingdom of Eswatini. Thank you.
Maybe indeed we will introduce each of the panelists before starting. We also have Mr. Dave Evans from the Center for Global Development, Miss Martha Konji from the Roger Federer Foundation, who's the regional representative, Mr. Dan Whitcomb from Beyond Ourselves, who's the Education Development Coordinator, and Mr. Sylvain Mudahinyuka. Is that good? Who's a project officer for the Inter-Country Quality Nodes on Teaching and Learning from ADEA. So maybe we give a quick round of applause for our panelists. And we're now going to start with Eswatini.
Thank you. As mentioned, I am Dudu Sope from the Ministry of Education and Training. being senior inspector for the early childhood care development and education, as we call it in Eswatini. Yes, I appreciate this opportunity to be among those esteemed panelists to be talking about our teachers in our countries. Yes, one of the issues that we needed to talk about were the strategies for the teacher. Why is it going off now? Okay, yes, and there are a number of issues that we need to deliberate on. First of all, may I mention that in our country, Eswatini, we have a number of training institutions. If correctly spelled, I would say we have about 10 of them that are producing our teachers for the country. We have institutions, about 5 of them are producing our teachers for early childhood, which is both at diploma and certificate level. We have 4 that are producing our teachers at primary level, at a diploma. We have the rest producing our high school teachers. Those for primary education, which we call basic education, are only at diploma and bachelor's because certificate for that level has been phased out. Okay, for these teachers of ours, mainly the early childhood teachers, the approach that we're mostly emphasizing is the learning through play, because we find it to be the most effective when teaching our young ones. It is extended though to the first and second grade, which is grade 1 and grade 2, which completes our foundation phase, which is the foundation learning that we are about here. And then let me get to the recruitment of our teachers. What happens in the country is that when these teachers, the primary education teachers and the high school teachers or secondary teachers, when they graduate from their training institutions, the various training institutions, there is a board that is responsible for their recruitment, which is the Teaching Service Commission, abbreviated as TSC. They take their credentials to that board where they find specialized people who have database for the quota of the schools and the subject areas that they are carrying. And then with that information used, they are placed in any school in the country. It's not by choice that you are going to that school, but then it is by the need at the school, whether they have enough teachers or not. If not, with your subject area, you are taken to that school. Also, with the primary education, they are recruited as per the quota at the school and the subject areas that they have specialized in. It is slightly different with our early childhood. After graduating, they have to look for a school, maybe closer to their local area. Reason being that they are still not absorbed within the government payroll. So it would be very difficult for them to be placed in any school where maybe it will be too far from their local area, because it would make them incur some costs for traveling maybe from home to school and everything. Our early childhood for the now is in a state whereby I'm sorry, there is that competition. So I thought maybe I should pause until it's corrected. I think it's okay now. So I was saying the nature of our early childhood system for the now is dependent on the payments of fees by the parents, which is that money caters for the payment of the teacher, as well as some of the material that is being used in the school. Slightly different again between the 000, 00 and grade 0, because the grade 0 that we have, that material is provided for by the government of the Kingdom of Eswatini. Yet for the 00 and the 0, it is still dependent on the payments of the parents. They are fully funding the operations in the 00 and 0 grade. So for these, our teachers, then it is difficult for us to control their placement. So it is fully flexible, I will say, because they need to find the schools that will be suitable for them themselves. Okay, in primary schools, for their retention, because we also need to speak about retention. Okay, let me start with the early childhood and move up. With our early childhood, again, it is difficult to to maintain them in the same school, because like I have said, their payment is dependent on the parents having paid their fees. So if maybe there is a better place or a better option for them, it is easy for them to move to that school where at least they will find a better pay. I will not say it's a greener pasture, because when there is a greener pasture, you know that they would be grazing. But for them, for the now, it's still not grazing, but it is just they are trying here and there to find something that at least will give them some life. So for them, a retention, they are so fluid, they move at any time, such that we have a challenge again with their being fluid, that our schools are mushrooming every now and again. Today it is there, tomorrow it is closed due to parents having paid or not having paid. So we're having that slight challenge. But for the primary teachers, at least there are some means of retaining the teachers. For the now, there is a program that has been introduced, which is expressive arts. So with the schools that are having this expressive arts, they find themselves in a different situation, because the life there becomes so easier at times when they have to be with the children, playing with the children. So most of them that are in the schools where the expressive arts have been introduced, they want to remain in those schools. So when they have to be transferred, it becomes a challenge. So at least there is one way of retaining them. Secondly, it is easier to trace where they are and to monitor that you cannot be school hopping. This year you were there and you were there, because at least they are within the government payroll. With these, our primary schools, again, early childhood centers, high schools, I think there is a mechanism. I don't even think I know. There is a mechanism that is in place now, because we have the World Bank project that we have started. For the primary, there will be some training. For the early childhood, there will be some training. For the high school, there will be some training. So for the primary and the high school, because they are within the government payroll, it has been strategized that those teachers will not have to leave the school, because they will be trained on certain aspects until maybe the end of the project, not unless there is a very touchy issue that would make the teacher to be transferred to another one. But for the duration of the project, the teacher who has been trained on that aspect will have to remain, because we will always know that when we need to have the assessments, the database will find from the teacher due to the training that she or he received before the start of the project. With our early childhood, my PS, my minister, who is amongst ourselves here, is working pretty hard to create posts for the early childhood cadre. Yeah, she is spending sleepless nights, because with the project coming, we will be starting to train the teachers. We need to retain them. So why she is working so hard is because we also need to retain the ECCDE teachers. Once they are with the government payroll, I think they will also be interested to be in the schools, because working with the World Bank, it is something that would let one not to want to move from that area. Yes, so that is about the retention. So with the rest of the teachers, we hope the government will find something that will entice them, or that will create something that will make them not to want to move every now and then, because we know with us teachers, I'm a teacher by profession anyway, with us teachers, we always want to get closer to town, because things seem to be easier in town, yet it is very expensive to be around town. So another one of our, yes, I'm about to get to my final point, which was about the role of the teacher. I did mention earlier on that we have these training institutions where we take our children. Our pedagogy is learning through play. So with the learning through play, what happens with our children is that they find information for themselves with the help of the teacher who prepares the lessons. But mainly the role of our teachers there is to nurture the child, is to mentor the child, is to uplift the emotions of the child, because at this stage, they are preparing for their later learning and life. Zambia has the catch-up system. Eswatini has the remedial teaching, but it is at a very slow pace now because of the numbers that we have in our classrooms. Swaziland introduced free primary education. When I say free, I mean free. Stationery is free, no payment of school fees. All they do is to transport their children to school, buy their uniforms, but everything else is free. So it is difficult for the teachers to remediate every child. We are picking those who are able to catch up with the system. But then coming to Zambia has reopened my eyes that I will be advocating for the catch up, because when I went to the school, I saw that it was a necessary program for the school. May I thank you all.
Thank you so much for these very interesting presentation. I know it's not easy to present in front of your bosses, so we'll certainly acknowledge this. We're going to move to Dave Evans for his presentation, and his slides are here. I'll remind maybe all the panelists that I think some of you got the message before that at the end, I will ask you to recap on the ideas of others. So it's an extra incentives to keep the attention up throughout. So over to you, Dave.
Thank you so much. I'm going to stand just so that I stay awake while you're all trying to stay awake this afternoon. So we've just heard some wonderful, practical, very specific insights about how Eswatini is grappling with these teacher challenges. I am going to talk now about a continental challenge that we've seen. Something we heard about yesterday, something you see in the news over and over, is the challenge of teacher shortages. I want to talk a little bit about what we can expect to see in the coming years about teacher shortages and what some of the policy tools that we have available to work on that. So just to set the stage here, right? So this is Africa's youth population and what we can expect to happen over the next 50 years. Now, none of us, I don't know what any of us is going to be doing in 50 years, but what we see is that Africa will have by far the fastest growing youth population in the world for the next 50 years. The next fastest growing region is South Asia, and from now until 2050, South Asia will grow their youth population about 25%. Africa's youth population will grow 84%. It'll nearly double in the next 20 years. And then by 2070, in 50 years, it'll be almost 2.5 times what it is today. So we love children, and there are going to be a lot of them in the coming years, lots of children to educate. At the same time, with those additional children, we also see growing rates of children in school, which again is wonderful news. If you look at primary completion rates and lower secondary completion rates, right? What we show here is over the last 20 years, you see the trend, and of course they're going up. And if we just project that trend forward, what we see is that by 2050, we should have basically 100% of children across Africa completing primary school. That is a wonderful thing to reach for. And I believe it is possible. And lower secondary, if we just continue, so this is stepping back from the sustainable development goals. If we just project the direction these rates have been going so far, we can see lower secondary will get to about 70% by 2050. So what this means is that we have many more children, period. And then the proportion of those children who are in school is also growing. So what this means is a lot more youth who need to be educated. At the same time, one other element that comes into this is that many African countries have waves of teachers who will be retiring in the coming years. Countries that hired many teachers at the opening of free primary education. So what we did is we looked at the age distribution of teachers for a set of countries where we could find that information. And what we can see, you have some countries like Liberia and South Africa with quite elderly teacher populations, others with younger. But across all the countries that we looked at, basically it looks like 1 in 5 teachers will be retiring or stopping teaching in the coming years. So you have lots more students, and at the same time, you have teachers retiring, and of course, some teachers leave the profession for other reasons. So what does this mean in terms of the need for teachers? All of these challenges we just heard in Eswatini, and we'll hear from other places, are going to be magnified as we have to recruit many, many more teachers. So what this figure looks like across a bunch of countries, it says, okay, relative to the number of teachers that a country has to recruit right now, how much is that going to grow? So if you look at the median across these countries, what we see is that right now, the median country has to recruit about 7% of its teacher workforce each year, right? So by 2040, that will double. Countries will be having, just for primary education, they will be having to recruit twice as many teachers as a proportion of the teacher workforce every single year. They'll have to be attracting those teachers, preparing those teachers, selecting those teachers, supporting those teachers, paying those teachers. In secondary education, the enrollments are growing faster, but we see, again, at least double. In some countries where secondary enrollments are growing quite rapidly, so you can see in, for example, in Niger, right there in the middle, you can see Niger is off the chart because even by 2030, they'll have to be recruiting more than 35% of their current teacher workforce every year. It's hard to imagine even how that would happen, but that's the number of students that will be in schools if we don't let class sizes completely balloon. Now, what those numbers that I showed you were, again, stepping away from the Sustainable Development Goals, just looking at the current trajectory. If instead we said, okay, we want to get to full enrollment more quickly because we want every child to get an education, then when you can see at secondary, the figure on the right there shows that those numbers basically double. And this is consistent. So UNESCO has done some really nice analysis. They just came out recently that focuses on that. How do we reach the Sustainable Development Goals? What they find is that to reach universal primary and secondary, the world will need to recruit 44 million new teachers globally. And in sub-Saharan Africa, that number is 15 million, with almost 11 million of those in secondary school. And at the same time, teacher attrition has nearly doubled since 2015. So there are far more teachers leaving the profession. So this is a huge challenge. And just before I wrap up, I want to leave with a few solutions. We've looked around at what a lot of countries in the region and beyond the region are doing to recruit large groups of teachers. Now, I cannot overstate how big these recruiting numbers are. And so, the policy levers I'm pointing at, we will need all of them and more. So what are countries doing? So, for example, one thing that countries are doing is making teaching more attractive. So Rwanda recently significantly increased teacher salaries. In other countries, like in Peru, they didn't raise teacher salaries, but they improved the infrastructure in schools, which attracted teachers because it's more pleasant to work in a better school. We already heard from Eswatini, nobody wants to work in these remote, sort of low infrastructure schools. Increasing enrollment in teacher training programs. So in South Africa, for example, the government offered bursaries or scholarships for top performing students to go into teaching difficult subjects like science and math. Lowering the entry requirements into teaching. Now we have to be careful with that one. We don't want bad teachers, that's not what we want, but we might look carefully at the requirements we have and say, which of these requirements are truly essential? And are there some that don't actually map to student learning gains that we can get rid of to get more teachers into the classroom more quickly? Hiring more teaching graduates into the teacher workforce. So a recent review of 25 countries around Africa found that on average, there were 5 times as many teacher training graduates around in the population as there were teachers. Many countries have a lot of trained teachers who are not currently working for budget reasons, for the challenges of the administrative challenges of hiring. And so if we make hiring easier, and of course we expand the budget, you can't get a lot more teachers for free, then there's more of a possibility there. Reducing teacher attrition, rehiring former teachers. A great study in South Africa showed that many teachers who leave the profession end up coming back. So if we can improve working conditions so they don't leave in the first place, and if we can make an effort to bring back those who have left, then we can help meet this demand. Improving teacher deployment. So in India, they found a shortage of 2 million teachers. But then they calculated that if you actually deployed the teachers more strategically, right, you moved some of those teachers out of the cities, right, then you would actually completely eliminate the shortage. It was entirely because too many teachers were in some schools and not enough in other schools. And then the last option that we've seen is cross-country or cross-regional teacher transfers. So South Africa, Rwanda, even the US, which also faces a teacher shortage, is currently hiring teachers from the Philippines and from Central America to come and teach. And so there's an opportunity there. South Africa has hired teachers from India in the past. Rwanda has brought teacher trainers from Zimbabwe. So there are opportunities both within the region and beyond the region to import teachers for a period of time while we have these enormous needs. So there's a huge challenge ahead, but we do have policy levers, and we're going to have to draw on many of them in order to meet the challenge. Thank you.
Fantastic. Just that time. Thank you very much. 50 million new teachers needed, 8 concrete solutions. More to come in the questions later. Thank you very much, Mrs. Martha Conje from the Roger Federer Foundation. Over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. My presentation is going to be in 2 parts. First of all, we'll watch a 2-minute video, and then I'll talk to that. Thank you.
Here we are. Okay.
The anticipation is rising.
I saw Roger Federer, but he disappeared.
Maybe the volume.
People can think of questions for DD when they're
True. Mrs. Dudu and Dave are very much looking forward to your questions, so think about it while this comes up. And you have subtitles, actually.
Okay. Because they can't read down where they did here. Maybe. Okay. Maybe.
You reverse the order.
Okay, you didn't do that. Or maybe another person can come in. Another person? Yes. Because they're still trying to. Yeah. So you come in, and then because they're still thinking the interest of time.
You have slides, right?
Okay.
One second. Thanks for your patience.
Malawi, we have digital device, like the early kiosk, making the same for children here. The caregivers are doing an incredible job. I love it.
Nice. I was doing some good jokes about teachers.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Do you want? I don't know how we, maybe. Like, I've got something over there that I didn't know that. Oh, that's fine. Yeah.
So that's your.
I mean, I just used it for mine, so.
Whether it
Down,
was you or
down is the next slide.
Okay, Honorable Minister, distinguished guests, we're gonna do the presentation right after.
Can I?
So from Beyond Ourselves Zambia, yeah, of course. Mr. Dan Whitcomb.
Hello, there we go. There we go. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Afternoon. My name is Dan, and I am coming from an organization called Beyond Ourselves Zambia. Beyond Ourselves Zambia has been working in the area of English literacy and in specifically transitioning learners from African language into English literacy and looking at that. So I've got a slide that I'd like you to have a look at first. I don't know if this is going to. So, can we do that over there? Yes. Was that you or was that me? Okay. So, English is a complicated language, right? So let's read this together. Can you read this? Say, laid rhymes with paid, not said. Said rhymes with bread, not with bead. Bead rhymes with lead, not with lead. English is a frustrating language, right? So you can see that on the next slide, just there. Yeah, that's how it makes us feel. And that's how it makes me feel sometimes. And I'm an Englishman. It's my native language. So I have full sympathy for all of you that are coming from another language. And we have been dealing with this issue in Zambia. English, so I'm not sure who I'm, English is a language that's got 44 sounds and over 170 different ways of spelling those sounds. So I've got a chart over here. Let me just bring this. So this is the 44 sounds of English. This is one spelling choice for each of the first 42 sounds. I will come into that later. But often we find that in schools here in Zambia that teachers are simply trying to teach English by looking at the alphabet and trying to sing the alphabet song enough times that children will learn all of the sounds. But we need to make sure that we are resourcing our teachers well enough that they can teach English effectively. And we were finding this issue as we were dealing with schools. And so we started looking into how we can deal with this problem. Because in Zambia, the official language of the government, the official language of schools and education is English. And we, as an organization, we understand the value of local language literacy. And it was great to see what's happening here and the other exhibitions. But if we're not preparing learners to then transition from local language into the formal language of education, then we're going to be failing our learners, okay? So we were looking at this gap with our teachers, and we found that, the teachers really need to make sure that, because they are the the most influential factor on the quality of education is the competency of teachers. We've heard that again and again over the last couple of days. So we need to make sure that we are resourcing them effectively. So we looked at an English language program that I'd used as a teacher in the UK initially, and we contextualized this program for the schools that we were involved with. So that program is called Jolly Phonics, and here are the first 4 skills of Jolly Phonics. So we can have a look at the first one. So the first one is about teaching the letter sounds. So Jolly Phonics teaches 1 spelling choice for each of the first 42 sounds of English. They teach them through stories that introduces the sound with an action, and then that's followed up again and consolidated with a song. After that, the children are taught what the letter looks like and how to form it correctly. After this is happening in the lesson, then we go to the skill of blending. So blending is the skill of being able to put sounds together to make, well, in Zambian language, it's putting sounds together to make syllables, but in English, we're, again, just putting those sounds together that children have been taught already so that they can read parts of words or whole words. And then we also develop the skill of sounding. So if children want to be able to write words or spell words, they need to be able to hear the sounds within words, identify what those sounds are so that they can write effectively. So we were piloting this, or we were trying it out as for our organization, and we were getting really good results. And what happened was that we had a meeting with the Permanent Secretary for Education back in 2018, and he commissioned some pilots in Ndola on the Copper Belt. And these are the results that we found. So if you can click again. Yeah. The chart should come up. So, oh no, it's not working. Anyway, you can't see that chart. Unfortunately, I can see it in front of me, but I'll tell you what it says. What we found was that, well, the pilot, because it was an official pilot, it was being independently evaluated by one of the advisors on the literacy, the National Literacy Framework. And he found that learners that were using Jolly Phonics were making 3 times the progress than those learners that were not using Jolly Phonics. What we had is that over an 8-month period, children that were using the existing programs, they were making 4 months progress over an 8-month period, meaning that actually they were falling further away from their expected reading levels. And the Jolly Phonics classes, they were using Jolly Phonics to be advanced. And what happened was those classes, they made 12 months progress over that 4-month period. So they're actually catching up to where they should be in terms of English and reading language, reading ages. So this continued as we moved on, and we were continuing to get really great results on the Copper Belt. And then in 2022, after the contextualized resource that we had been ratified by the Curriculum Development Center, it was at that point that there was a Copper Belt rollout of Jolly Phonics as a bridging unit to the existing primary literacy program in English. So a question that we've been struggling with, I think, during this conference is, how do we continue to get good results when we scale up? And so we've been struggling with this question ourselves. And so what we've been looking at is, when it was small scale, we could go into schools and we could do monitoring and mentoring. But how can we do that on a bigger scale? And so what we've done is that we teamed up with the Teaching Council for Zambia, and we've been able to use the lure of CPD points so that we can get teachers to engage with CPD. So the way that we've been doing this, is we've kind of been sharing a video, and I was going to get the video sent, but I don't know if that's going to work. Okay, so we'll just carry on. We've been getting teachers to submit videos of their practice in class, because Zambia, when you're dealing with the rural areas, it's really hard to get into all of the schools. There's parts of the country that are completely inaccessible. But we've been asking teachers to send in videos of their good practice, which maybe we can have playing in quietly if in the background, yeah. And but it's really hard to engage teachers to send in videos. But the Teaching Council for Zambia have this this mandate that every 3 years teachers need to renew their teaching license, and in order to do that, they need to show that they are furthering their own CPD. As an official CPD service provider, we've been able to offer them points when they come to a training. So teachers get 2.5 points for attending a training. But I think we can see, even from today, I can see some people are struggling with the Nshima sleeps in the afternoon. Attending a training doesn't get you a lot of points. Attending a training doesn't mean that it's going to be implemented. But the Teaching Council for Zambia have given us the authority to then award CPD points, 15 CPD points per skill that we see teachers implementing, if they can show enough evidence through videos. So we've been doing that on WhatsApp, and that's the end of my time. But we'll be around and we'll have any questions later on, so we can talk later on as well. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Effective training for teachers to get them to understand and teach well the 44 sounds of the English language. We are going to move now to Sylvain Mudahinyuka of ADEA, who is going to, who is the project officer for the ICQN for teaching and learning. He also has slides that I'm hoping we can put out there. I see myself. But I think it would be better if we saw Sylvain's slides. Well, well, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, while we wait, I'll take one question from the audience for our panelists. So if you want to ask a question on the first 3 panels, we'll have time also for another question later on. Please raise your hand. It's a competition. And I think I'm seeing a hand over. I'm seeing 2 hands. So maybe I'll take 2 questions. Dr. Linda Suze raised her hand first, and then we'll go over there. Let me, the microphone is coming. So please state your name and your questions after, and mention if it's for a specific panelist as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Cleo. Thanks for those great presentations. I have 2 questions, one for Dudu and one for Dave. My question for Dudu, you mentioned that teacher deployment is needs-based in Eswatini. So it means that the Teacher Service Commission basically decides on where teachers are deployed. And I wanted to find out whether, if any incentives are given to teachers who are deployed in remote areas or areas that are perceived to be more challenging. And then my question for Dave is, you showed us those projections of how much the teaching workforce needs to grow in Africa. So I wanted to know whether those projections took into account that in many African education systems, you have school shifts or schools operating within schools. So in other words, a teacher is almost being counted doing twice the amount as in a typical maybe school system. So wondering what those projections do in terms of that. Thanks.
Thank you. And we'll take the question from the gentleman here.
Thank you, Cleo. My name is Cornelius Chipom. I'm with the British Council. I'm an education advisor, and this is for Dave, basically, on the projection for teachers. I would kind of argue that we're not looking at growth. What we are seeing now is the fact that recruitment of teachers has been suppressed over the past 2 decades. I'll say this for Zambia. In 2000, the country's population was 9.7 million, and now it's like 19.7 million. So the country's population has basically doubled, whereas the school infrastructure and all that goes with growth hasn't happened. So what we're seeing is not really growth per se, is the fact that the growth that needed to happen was suppressed. And the reason is because of all the austerity measures. We couldn't hire teachers. We couldn't put the kind of financing that education needed. So my point would be, what do we do going forward? We are still in the crisis we are economically. The second is just a theme of this panel is that it is structured as though teachers, we blame teachers for everything. Curiously, a lot of what we are learning today, having been part of the education system the last 30 years, is that some of what we're celebrating today, catch up and foundational years, we've spent billions of dollars doing foundational years in Zambia, and still children are not learning. So where are the systems? How are we going to sustain all of this? Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'll let Dr. Dudu and Dave go.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the question. Yes, you are right. I did mention that in Eswatini, the teachers are posted as per the need in the schools. There is no incentive for being posted, except that it is an incentive enough to be employed, because as we speak of now, we have a very high rate of unemployment with the teachers. This current year, we are employing teachers who graduated in 2020, 2021. So instead of being at home without doing anything, it is an incentive to be taken to any school where you will earn your salary. Apart from the salary, there is nothing more. Thank you.
Two great question and comment. I'll just say on per Linda's comment about the shifting, having double shifts or in some cases triple shifts when you have an evening shift. So what our projections do is it essentially keeps shifting constant. And what you've revealed, of course, is that in places where you don't have shifting, right, if you don't have multiple shifts of schools, that is one of the policy levers that one could use to mitigate the impacts of this crisis. Now, shifting tends to mean shorter school days, which are associated with worse learning outcomes. So there are trade-offs, and tough decisions will need to be made. But the advantage of shifting is that you don't have to hire 50% more teachers. Instead, you use the same teachers for at least meeting some of that need. So that's a really nice point. On the point about suppression versus growth of the teacher workforce, I think this is a really important point. And one of the big challenges when I talk about this work with governments and with international organizations is that hiring lots more teachers costs a lot of money that nobody has, right? Governments don't have, there isn't a big pile of teacher salary money sitting around kind of hand out. And so I think there are two pieces to this. I think one is that we just have to be realistic about the fact that this expansion in the youth population means that countries will need to expand education budgets as well as some other budgets, or the quality of education, class sizes will balloon. There's no nudge that can sort of get us around this. And in conversations with international organizations, being realistic with them and making sure they're not trying to push off. And then amongst the policy levers that we looked at, some of them are more costly and some are less, right? And so the shifting that Dr. Suze talked about is an example of one that's less costly. Improving infrastructure in schools is probably less costly than blanket increasing teacher salaries, although in some cases where teacher salaries are way behind, that may be necessary up front. And so prioritizing across what countries can afford to do with support from partners will obviously be essential here. It's a really important point.
Great, thank you. There will be more questions coming for Dan, Martha, and Sylvain, but I'm being told that the Roger Federer Foundation video may be working now, so we're going to give it another try. All right.
There's no sound when there's no.
Well, looks like the sound is still not on our side.
not on our
So
side.
let me ask Sylvain from ADEA maybe to do his presentation, since I understand he can put the slides directly, and then we'll do another try for the video after. And otherwise, you can mime us the video. Sylvain, over to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, heads of different organizations, distinguished guests here present. It is my honor to be in front of you to talk to you or to present to you how ADEA is thinking to tapping into the knowledge and experience of retired teachers. My presentation will be based on the webinar we had on 27th of July 2023, whereby we had invited different educational stakeholders across Africa from different organizations, nationals and international organizations, whereby we had as a theme to build a professional bridge between in-service and retired teachers as scaled community engagement in education. So it was in the perspective of discussing the role of retired teachers to strengthen teaching and learning in Africa. In fact, what we had as objective for that webinar, it was just to discuss how we can all together develop strategies for engaging retired teachers in the education system, including policy development. Regarding the main objective, so it was associated to specific objectives on which we are expecting to harmonize and understand the potential roles and opportunities of retired teachers in education systems in Africa, to explore and enablers of barriers to retired teachers engagement in the education system, and also to discuss in-service teachers and retired teachers collaboration framework. Based on that, based on the discussions we had shared experience from different countries on which I will not go to list or to highlight here, but the general observation was that retired teachers are not engaged in education sector, and they are considered as they finished their career in education. However, most of them were suggesting that even though retired teachers are there, they can play the role of mentorship programs, in the curriculum development, in the policy development, and the advocacy, in education training, to enhance the overall quality of education in tapping into their wealth and the knowledge and experience. So different stakeholders were engaged, some from UNESCO, others from governments, others from different organizations. And after the discussions, we deliberated some key recommendations by which I want to share with you. The first recommendation was to organize an annual recognition event that aimed at honoring retired teachers and celebrating their achievements. And this event will serve as a powerful testament to their enduring impact on education. The second recommendation we propose is to conduct a comprehensive survey to identify opportunities for retired teachers to engage in post-retirement and teaching contract-based merit. The third is to establish a structured system for pairing in-service teachers with retired teachers, considering qualification, skills, and competence, aiming at promoting mentorship, volunteering, teaching and learning, and material development activities as a range of initiatives to enhance the quality of education in Africa. Most of them suggested to have in our countries retired teachers platforms, platforms which are well institutionalized. The last recommendation, but not least, was to organize joint workshops, training, continuous professional development, and the digital content development project to leverage their expertise, playing a vital role in curriculum development, contributing their wealth of experience to create relevant and effective learning materials. By the end, the main quote during that webinar, we had invited some retired teachers whom said, we are retired, but not tired. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sylvain. And even ahead of time, great job. So after this fascinating presentation on re-engaging retired teachers, I'm hearing that we can give a last try, the last successful try to the Roger Ferrer Foundation's video.
I hope technology is not retired.
That's keeping fingers crossed.
Again, coming along. Think about your questions for the last three presentations of Mr. Daniel, Sylvain, and well, Martha, you don't have it yet, but the last two.
Hello everyone, let me introduce to you the Early Learning Kiosk. It's a cost-effective capacity building tool for preschool teachers. This tablet, which can also be used offline, allows educators to improve their skills in an accessible and flexible way at their own pace. The tablet comes preloaded with a course, an assessment tool to track the children's development, and other practical resources. This helps to support educators and parents improve early education at school or at home.
The Early Learning Kiosk is free and open source and compatible with any Android device. Let's take a closer look. Through the Know-How Early Learning course, teachers can enhance their pedagogical skills working through the modules in self-guided study groups. The app includes audio and video files as well as teaching materials. Teachers can also track their progress using self-assessments and quizzes. The Child Steps Child Development Monitoring app is fully compliant with the existing syllabus and teaching plans of the countries of implementation and automatically generates reports. The assessments are activity-driven with step-by-step instructions to track the development of each child. The app also offers an attendance register. Lastly, the Early Learning Kiosk Toolbox contains practical manuals for the teacher on how to build playgrounds, make toys, and conduct parental workshops, to name a few. Currently, the Early Learning Kiosk is being used in 6 countries in Southern Africa.
It's amazing to see that in rural Malawi we have a digital device like the Early Learning Kiosk making a difference for children here, and the caregivers are doing an incredible job. I love seeing that.
All right. No, that's fine.
Hello everyone, let me introduce to you the Early Learning Kiosk. It's a cost.
All right. Oh, finally. Thank you very much. Just building on the video that you've watched, the Roger Federal Foundation is working in 6 countries in Southern Africa. And currently we're implementing a 6-year strategy called School Readiness Initiative. And our goal is to make children ready for school. Sorry, in my language, we don't have LRs. So, yeah. So our goal is for children to be ready for school, but not just live at that point where children are ready for school, but we also want the schools to be ready for the children. For a long time, the emphasis has been on the children and neglecting on the responsibility of the schools to take necessary steps to accommodate, to receive the children and make them comfortable in school in order to reduce a dropout of children in the early grades. Now, for the purpose of this discussion that we are having here, there's the conference on foundational learning, we've narrowed down to aspects that I would like to share with you. The School Readiness Initiative is quite comprehensive, but we will highlight maybe 2-3 things, problems that are relevant to the discussions here. So why do we have the School Readiness Initiative or the problem that we are trying to solve? In the 6 countries where we are working, one of the problems that we have is that children that are eligible for accessing early learning before they start formal education, or to go through organized learning at least 1 year before starting formal education, in most of the countries, we are still below 50% or barely around 50%. What that means is we have children that are eligible, but they do not have access. And through the project, we are trying to increase access by establishing learning areas, spaces, as well as all other resources, mobilizing stakeholders to support access to children. Because according to SDG, we would like to have all children at least access organized learning at least of 1 year before they start formal education. So looking at that gap of access, which each country is working towards, there are some problems that we are facing to achieve that or to provide access. The problem that we are facing is that we do not have adequate teachers for the ECE, the early learning grades, or preschool. In others, they would call them grade 0, or others, they just call the nursery schools, but the children that are not yet in the formal primary education. ECE teachers or early childhood education teachers or educators, they are not adequate. And in most of these countries, they are working as volunteers, driven not because they've been trained, but most of them, they're driven by passion. So they just volunteer because they like playing with children. But we know to prepare a child to have a good start in education, it takes more than just passion. And then one of the things that we've also observed in the countries, which we have to commend our honorable ministers, that we've seen in different countries efforts to recruit ECE teachers, or to send trained teachers, primarily trained teachers, to support ECE classes. But one of the things that we have, I think we were here in Zambia, we visited some of the schools maybe 3 weeks ago. The problem that we've found in most of the schools is that even those that are primary trained teachers have not been trained in ECD. So they do not know how to handle children that are young or they're coming from early childhood education centers. So those are the 2 problems that we have. Either you have teachers, volunteer teachers, that are not trained at all, or those that are trained, are primarily trained teachers that have not been trained in ECE. Now, through the project, what is it that we are trying to do to address the problem of the gap that we have highlighted regarding the teacher? One of the things that we've seen is that communities that are taking up responsibility to identify volunteer teachers. I think we have in several countries. Malawi is one of them. In Zambia, it's also the same. Also in Namibia, you find in some of the schools you have volunteer teachers, and the recruitment of teachers is happening. And the governments, they are also recruiting, as we've mentioned. However, if you look at the number of teachers being recruited and the number of children that need to access this organized learning and access quality early childhood education, they are not matching. Therefore, what we've done through the project is provide a course that teachers that are supporting early childhood education, they're supposed to undergo. And that's what was highlighted in the video that we've seen. And this course, what I would say is available here. And what we are looking at is if each school can have a tablet like this, that is preloaded with a course, but not just the course, but a practical formative tool that is in the hand of the teacher, educator, to assess the child on a continuous basis and monitor on a weekly basis. How is this child developing in emergent literacy, numeracy, cognitive, social, fine motor skills, all those development areas? All those that are here. But in addition, all other material syllabuses that are loaded here. So this is how we are capacitating the teachers who the communities have recruited as volunteers. All the government have recruited them, but they've not yet had the opportunity to be trained in early childhood development. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this. Certainly, the question of getting good quality teacher extends to ECE and the School Readiness Initiative, and the programs of the Roger Federer Foundation are a very helpful example to see. So we're going to move very soon into questions of the audience for the time remaining. But before doing that, I'll just do a quick round through the panelists, because essentially a theme throughout this panel was that we're in a continent that is facing a challenge to get enough teachers, but most importantly, enough quality teachers in secondary, in pre-primary, and possibly also at some extent in primary. So panelists, you have honorable ministers and distinguished guests listening to you. From the presentations today, if there was one thing that countries should think about starting to do, and one thing that maybe they should stop doing, please tell us what it is. So one thing to start, one thing to stop, to get enough good quality teachers for our education systems.
Thank you. I'm laughing because I'm always the first one. But in any case, from the Roger Foundation, I'm picking up that they have this program. But this program of ours is in the form of a tablet. I'm just looking at the schools out there as to how they are able to manage the programs in a tablet. It is a good initiative, but I wonder if we could all be able in our local areas to use it profitably. I think it is a plus that we would need to adopt as countries in Africa, because we want to reach every child in that local country. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I would say one thing that so obviously countries are going to need to recruit a lot more teachers. One thing that countries can do immediately is thinking about how to effectively retain the teachers that they have, right? So amongst teachers, the returns to experience are very high in the first few years. So beginning teachers get much better in the first few years. And then after that, usually to get better, they need some specific professional development, this sort of thing. And so retaining teachers, and in every context, exactly what is required to do that in terms of the kind of benefits that teachers need, the kind of complementary inputs will be different, but we have policies available, and the same policies that help to retain teachers will also help to attract better candidates into the teaching profession. And then the thing to stop doing, and this is related, is what I see in many countries. If you look at teacher strikes, often, of course, one reason for teacher strikes is, teachers, don't think they're paid enough. That's true for everyone. Everyone sort of tends to believe that, right? In every profession almost. But the other thing that we see is that often teachers are not paid what they are already promised, right? Or they are paid with big delays, or there are major administrative difficulties, and not just with pay, with other benefits. And so I would just say one thing to stop doing, which will help with retaining and attracting teachers, is just fulfill the commitments that we already have to teachers by improving our administrative systems.
All right. So one of the things that I've picked from the other presentations that you would really take into consideration is the allowing teachers to earn points as part of the CPD. Because one of the things that we've observed across all the 6 countries is that these initiatives, they come to teachers as added responsibilities, forgetting the overall goal of what is it that we want to do with these children. We are coming up with this initiative because we want to improve the child, we want to improve the education of the entire country, which eventually leads to the development of the country. You have proper, well-developed human capital that will contribute to the economic development of the country. So how do we motivate, incentivize teachers where you have limited resources? So I think that CPD points separating just training and the skills demonstrated, I think, is one of the things that I think would really help to motivate our teachers. What do we need maybe to stop? I think this for me is where we, when we are looking at problems that we're trying to solve in education, I feel there is we are compartmentalizing children. If that word exists in the right context, yeah. What I mean there is that there is a separation of a child in ECE and then a child in primary. We are dealing with one child that is transitioning from one level to the other. And I was talking about the catch-up program, which is an excellent program, but can we identify the root you find that is in the ECD? So can we look at the problem at the child from when they are weaned from their mother and take them on their learning educational journey? That is going to give us the yield, the quality of citizens that we want to have in our countries.
Yeah, thank you. So I think one of the things that we hear time and time again when we're talking to teachers is about, it feeds into them, what motivates them is, it can be really demotivating when there's a continual change of programs and continue different organizations maybe bringing in different initiatives. And I think sometimes it can feel like governments really need to make sure that there is a harmonization of programs and that there are not things that are kind of almost like that pull teachers in one way and then pull teachers in another way. And I think that it's really important that the government is looking at that, because teachers can start with one program, and if it doesn't continue on, then we've seen teachers that feel like they're just got teacher fatigue. They're done with different programs. So I think that's been a key thing for us as well.
Thank you so much. I think to have enough and the quality teachers in Africa, it requires for us to consider the knowledge, competencies, and experience of the teachers, because those qualities of teachers never get expiration. The second that government can consider is to improve teachers' welfare and also engage retired teachers upon their age and their capabilities. Another element I would like is to responsibilize the community in education. And the other element is to promote the rewarding system in education system, particularly by engaging different stakeholders, by providing like a scholarship for teachers who have demonstrated innovative pedagogies and something which can contribute to the community transformation based on education. So the last but not the least is always to take care to teachers by providing continuous professional development programs. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. We're going to open to the audience and we're going to take 3 questions at a time. And I see 3 hands already. So we're going to start with the gentleman here, then here, and then behind. And I think you have the mic.
Thank you. Yes, I have a mic. First of all, I would like to thank you a lot for the presentations. I mean, I think it was very interesting, and personally, I learned a lot from each of them. My question is about teacher mobility, because in Senegal, it's a big issue we are facing. So what I would like to know is, in your experience, do you have any strategies or motivation system that you have developed to maintain the teachers in the rural areas? Because in general, in the case of Senegal, when they spend 2 years in these areas very difficult, they move a lot to the urban areas. And this is a very, very, very big problem in our country. So I would like you to share your experience in discussion that we can learn from you. Thank you again.
Thank you. Yeah, strategies for keeping and retaining good teachers in rural areas. Next questions, the panelists can start thinking.
Thank you very much. My name is Given Hapunda from the Invest of Zambia. My question is targeted to the presenter from Beyond Ourselves Zambia. I think you ended with a question on you are having challenges in scaling up the program with quality, I think. And so you did mention how you've worked with the government to incentivize the teachers with the CPD points. My question is your strategy to scale up beyond the incentives? Because we know from implementation research that scaling up is just beyond reinforcing the workforce. That is number one. The second part is just a comment that most of these programs, we are quick to scale them up horizontally, but I think the problem is actually vertically. Are these programs really enshrined in the government curriculums? Because we can scale them up horizontally, but as long as they are not adopted within the vertical, we are going nowhere. We can scale it up. But also I was concerned with, you did mention that the effect size was three times, I think, compared to the other one. When we are dealing with these pilot programs, often there's the Hawthorne effect, because these teachers are being observed, there's monitoring and everything. So what they're doing is a lot at that time, and we see this effect size to be higher. But the moment we actually leave, we actually see that the effect size continue to drop. And so really just thinking about some of these things as we are thinking about this. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Anneli Chibwe. I'm from Plan International Zambia. My question goes to Martha. Very interesting applications there. I'm wondering where your implementation in Zambia is happening. Do you have partners? Are you implementing directly as Roger Federer Foundation? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So there were two questions that were directed at Martha and Dan, but there was also a more general questions on the strategies for rural area. So I'll start with Dan and Martha, and then any other panelists who wants to take the floor should, and I'm pretty sure Dave will have ideas, but probably others too.
All right. Okay, thank you. I'll start with the last question. So in terms of the Roger Federer Foundation, in all the 6 countries, we do not do direct implementation, but we work with the local organizations for sustainability, and those local organizations, they know and understand the context better than if we would come to do implementation. But also when we live in a country, those local organizations will be there. They're not going anywhere. So any capacity that we build remains within the country that can be utilized. In terms of, you asked a specific in terms of Zambia. We targeted most vulnerable schools, and according to our assessment, it was the community schools. So currently, we are, until this year, I should say, we've been focusing on community schools, or those community schools that are being transitioning to be government public schools. So far, we've managed to create for the very first time an ECE center and trained ECE teachers in over 1,500 community schools across Zambia and the provinces where we are working in 8 of them. I think that was that. So in Zambia, we're working with the Zambia Open Community School and the reformed Open Community School. But this year, we are starting to work with the Ministry of Education, Directorate of ECE, to implement the early learning kiosk in public schools. So that is one of the things that we are doing, to look at how, in the context of a public school, how is that going to work out together with the government. On teacher mobility, I will not respond to that specifically. What I wanted just to share is we work with mentors in some of the countries, mentors for volunteers, and issue of mobility, that is because mentors, they oversee a number of schools. The only thing that we do in the context of our mentors is to support them with just a bicycle, because it's local mobility, but I think it's different from the question that you ask. Thank you.
Okay. First of all, thank you for your 3-part question. It's given me lots to think about. I'm going to address the last point first. I think you talked of, in our initial pilot, that was independently evaluated, learners made 3 times the progress of using Jolly Phonics than those learners that didn't use Jolly Phonics. And we completely concede that was a pilot where we were going in and we were ensuring that teachers were mentored. And that's why we continue to see that there's a need for mentorship. What I was hoping to get onto, but I might have mistimed my talk, was that what we're trying to do is trying to make sure that those teachers, we can continue a mentoring role by getting teachers to submit videos of what they're doing in their classroom. We are then able to kind of give targeted feedback that is a kind of telling them what they're doing well, what their next steps are. And the idea is that because these teachers are motivated by CPD points, which also comes with certificates, which also comes with some recognition from the districts, because those teachers that have earned so many certificates for each of the different skills of Jolly Phonics, they're then kind of being recognized by the districts as people that are good practitioners. And so the combination of those things is keeping teachers motivated. But the number one motivator is that teachers are seeing that there are results in their classroom. Learners are engaged, absenteeism is falling, and literacy rates in English are rising. And we're not seeing a sustained 3 times the growth, but we're aware that's because we're not in. What we are seeing is consistently in 2019, 2020, 2020 got messed up, right? But 2021 and 2022, even when we've gone provincial rollout, we're still seeing consistently that learners that are using Jolly Phonics are making twice the progress. So they're able to read twice as many words a minute than words. The improvement that they make is twice as much as those learners that are not using Jolly Phonics. That's the results that we've seen consistently over the last 4 years. So I do concede that 3 times was because it was a smaller group, but with 550 schools using Jolly Phonics and kind of doing mentoring through videos, and like we've invested in senior teachers and head teachers to make sure that there is in-service CPD within school, we are seeing sustained positive results. But we are not, maybe I should say, we are actually a really small organization, and we are not pushing this as a national agenda. We're an organization that started with community schools, seeing that there was a gap, that there was a need that wasn't being met. And I wasn't beating up on teachers. I was saying that the teachers are just not being prepared with all of the sounds of English. And so we found this working, and we've just been passionate about kind of telling people about it since. And I would love that, we have been in talks with the CDC, we've been in talks with various ministry institutions, and we would love that there was more attention to what seems to be a really vital part of the curriculum that is currently maybe our eye isn't always on, because there's a lot of focus on literacy in local language, but we really need to make sure that we are managing that transition into English effectively. Otherwise, we're letting our learners down.
Great. One more comments from rural teachers. Go for it.
Yeah, this question from Senegal on how to retain teachers in rural schools. So this is a challenge. We at the Center for Global Development, we recently just did a review on all the policies that countries around the world use to try to combat this. This is a problem in high-income countries, in the US, in the UK, in Sweden. You have this exact same challenge. Nobody wants to work in these remote schools for the most part. So the intervention that's most common that countries use all over is some sort of financial incentive, like Dr. Suse asked about earlier. What we have found is that there are often implementation problems with those, but when they are well implemented, they tend to be effective at retaining schools. There's good evidence from a program in Zambia, from the Gambia, elsewhere, showing that if the incentives are 20% or more, then they can really make a big difference in retaining teachers. So the other kinds of levers that countries have drawn on include, for example, local recruitment of teachers. In some cases, like in Ghana, they recruited all these teachers locally. They sent them to Accra for teacher training. They went back, and as soon as their contract was over, they all went back to Accra because, they didn't, even though it was their hometown, they didn't want to stay there. But still, retention tends to be higher if you recruit locally. Obviously things like housing. Some countries have experimented with a faster track to promotion for teachers that are willing to be in rural areas. And so those are less evaluated. Other countries like China use mandatory rotations for some periods of time and have had some success with that. And so there are a range of tools that countries draw on, and I think it takes some experimentation to figure out what's going to work in a given setting.
Fantastic. And sounds like you should exchange email and share this review as well. I want to make sure we leave the floor also to the honorable ministers, both for comments on everything that has been discussed so far, as well as any potential questions.
Thank you very much. So that was a very good presentation, insightful and educative. For me, it's not a question, it's a comment. I listened more, sorry, I've forgotten your name. Second from my, is it from Dudu? Is it Dudu? Yeah, and then the gentleman next. How we have to prepare for the demand that we're going to have as a world for teachers. And that's very true. And very true that the population in Africa is growing very much, and we're going to have largely a youthful population. So I'm just thinking, you talked about how we have to engage more with whether it be government officials to increase the budget in education. Yeah, sounds good as we discussed, but sometimes very difficult to implement, to get it to actually be actionable. And then maybe also engaging development partners that they do understand us. All very good ideas. And that's usually what we do as ministers, and just really pushing it to the ministers of finance. But I was just thinking outside this, because the world is also going through, and it's a whole world, some sort of an economic meltdown. So in the absence of having those resources, I was just hoping that I could hear something else outside the traditional, something to do with money. Another way. Obviously, we can't run away from having to recruit, having to add to the pool of the teachers and retention. But I was also just hoping that what other innovative and creative ways can we come up with together, the whole world, to ensure that we are prepared for this huge change that, if we don't prepare for, can actually get all of us unawares. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mine is not a question per se, just to appreciate all the presentations that have been done. But I'm particularly interested in the issue of teacher recruitment. In Zimbabwe, we used to centralize recruitment, and we ended up having challenges, especially for teachers who teach early childhood development and care. Because we have more than 14 indigenous languages, and if teachers are deployed from, say, from the capital city, from head office in Harare, somebody is deployed to, for example, an area called Bunga, where the majority of the people there are learners, they speak Tonga. And I'm sure we are all aware that early childhood development learners need to be taught in the language, their mother language. And the most qualified people are the trained teachers within that area. They are likely to be those teachers rather than deploying somebody who might be to know Tonga and is not qualified to do so. So in the process of ensuring that we are decentralizing the recruitment of teachers so that they are in the districts that they reside. So that's a way of trying to address the challenges of wrong deployment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see the Honorable Minister Saki from Sierra Leone also just came back, and I think was there for the presentations earlier. We were hearing comments on this question of having enough teachers and enough good quality teachers question, which has been the topic of the different presentations. So if you want to comment or share some thoughts, I want to leave you this opportunity. I think there's a microphone still that's coming to you.
Let me, first of all, take the opportunity to mash up my thoughts. I watched the presentation quite keenly. And if one go by the presentation, we have an increase in our youth population. That's the projection. We have a dwindling teacher workforce. So it seems to me that the solution to this problem cannot just be the traditional solution. We need to start to think outside of the box. The concept of the teacher being the person in front of you needs to change. We need to start to reimagine a new model or a hybrid between the old model and these new models. So, what is the role of technology in this space? Can you, for example, in the case of areas of skill shortage, such as STEM, can you have a master teacher in one school that teaches a particular subject? It is then recorded, broadcast, or televised, or recorded on memory sticks, distributed to the remotest parts of this continent. We have to start to think outside of the box. If we go according to the old traditional ways, we will never solve the problem. Because if the population is growing faster, then you can produce teachers, or you can accommodate teachers in the sense that budgets are not there to accommodate them, then you have a problem. There is a deficit. And you need to fill that deficit. And you can only do that if you think outside of the box. So for me, I think we need to spend a little bit of time to think the unthinkable, to do the unthinkable. But we need to do this in concert and in partnership with our trade unions. Because you know for sure that when you start to bring in digitalization, they think that that means a loss of job or loss of jobs. And then they become a problem. So you need to take them with you on this journey, because it's important that we provide a service to our young people, and especially for this theme of foundational learning. That's my contribution for now.
Thank you, Minister. I want to also make sure that the Honorable Minister of Angola can take the floor.
Nós ficamos muito atentos com a apresentação. A questão da formação e mobilidade de professores é algo também que temos vindo a refletir bastante. Nós em Angola temos uma escola da ADPP, portanto é uma ONG da Dinamarca, e é vocacionada para formar professores para as zonas rurais. E então fizemos o possível para que sempre que houver recrutamento a nível do país, e como está sendo feito agora, nós estamos a recrutar neste mês 8.653 professores. E desses 8.653, 5.000 são do ensino primário. E então, como esta escola de magistério da ADPP forma professores para as zonas rurais, nós estamos a priorizar, portanto, esses professores formados nas zonas rurais. Porque esses professores são praticamente preparados para viverem naquelas zonas. Porque sabemos perfeitamente que sempre que, ou todos os anos, todos os meses, há tendência daquelas pessoas que trabalham nessas zonas rurais virem para a cidade. Então, nós achamos por bem que deveremos valorizar essa instituição que forma professores para o meio rural, para que esses indivíduos fossem colocados naquelas zonas. Tem havido, digamos assim, alguma dificuldade por parte dos senhores administradores dos municípios, em que tendem a querer assumir a responsabilidade de fazer o recrutamento para as suas zonas. Mas a grande dificuldade é que esses administradores têm a tendência de querer resolver o problema do emprego para as pessoas dos seus municípios
mas não resolver o problema das dificuldades que a educação tem. Portanto, o problema da educação tem a ver com as aprendizagens. Então, precisamos trabalhar com aquelas pessoas que, de fato, estão vocacionadas com a realidade daquelas zonas. Então, é o que nós temos vindo a fazer e também apostamos muito na formação para o pré-escolar e a formação para professores do ensino primário e também do ensino secundário. Então, tudo isso temos feito, mas no momento de termos o recrutamento, temos que ter o cuidado de que quem é formado no pré-escolar é do pré-escolar, quem é formado no ensino primário é do ensino primário, e quem é formado no ensino primário não pode trabalhar com o ensino secundário, porque a tendência é que muitas vezes pensamos, eu quero entrar como professor, mas que em qualquer posição eu trabalho, isso é mentira. Então temos que olhar sempre para a formação de professores para nós colocarmos as pessoas certas nos lugares certos. É verdade também que tem havido aquela tendência de muita gente concorrer porque quer apenas trabalhar. Nós estamos a trabalhar também na consciencialização dessas pessoas para lhes dizer que voluntariamente cada um entendeu concorrer para a educação. Então terás que saber o que é trabalhar para a educação. Então era mais ou menos isso que eu tinha em relação à questão da formação, mobilidade e o recrutamento de professores. Obrigado.
Thank you so much. And to close us, I also want to ask the ministerial representatives from Mauritius and Eswatini if they also want to share closing thoughts.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Dr. Dudu Hlophe, for the presentation. I think this forum is for us to share and also learn good practices from one another. On the incentives for teachers, we take that with a good heart. And we also hope that the new government back at home will also appreciate our presentation when we get back home. And also appreciate the fact that we need to start free foundation learning back at home so that we can also be like Zimbabwe and put in place an act that will compel all parents to send their children to foundation learning to yield more results. Of course, Zimbabwe is leading mostly in education sector. That's where we benchmark. And we'll be following up with Zambia to also benchmark on the good practices of catch-up and other countries relevantly doing well in this regard. On the issue of having more teachers in the next 30 years and all that, I don't know about the digital space that is taking over so many activities in today's life, but it's something that we need to look into as stakeholders in this meeting and beyond this meeting as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to support the proposals of Honorable Minister from Sierra Leone regarding technology first. In fact, in point of fact, in Mauritius, we have introduced what we call the early digital learning program. It has been implemented right now for all the primary schools across Mauritius. Okay, from grade 1 to grade 6, it has been implemented. And I will also say, in line with what happened in a lesson learned from COVID, okay, perhaps we should now focus on firstly technology, okay. Second issue is regarding scarcity of teachers. I will say perhaps we should look at curriculum so that henceforth we can encourage in community learning through homeschooling, okay? Because it will be a real challenge for many countries even in Mauritius, right now, what's happening, we are having the reverse scenario. Because Mauritius, we are having an aging population. And right now, we are also facing the problem of scarcity of teachers, not because they are scarce of the problem of population, but because we have increased the qualification requirement. Right now, we have increased the qualification requirement for secondary schooling. Previously, it was an undergraduate course. Right now, before going to teach in any secondary school, we need someone who has a postgraduate diploma in education following his undergraduate course. So this is also posing some major problems. And how have we, at the level of the ministry, tackle the problem is that we have bank of teachers, be it at primary level or secondary level. So we have a pool of teachers who, whether they have retired or otherwise they are available on the market, ready to join the service. That's my contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I've been told by ADEA and Shem that 5 p.m. was the absolute latest we could close, and it's 5:03. I still see the gentleman here raising his hand insistently, so please come in, but then we will thank our panelists and return close.
Professor Chijika from JRC Lubumbashi, University of Lubumbashi. I'm very happy for all presentation, but I want us to ask something to Mr. to David. In Africa, we have problems in all countries. How can the quality, is it more teachers or to build more schools? Because the problem of teachers is a problem, but another problem is to build some schools. How can be a priority for you? Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm sure Dave Evans can meet with you after to answer this question. And I'm sure there are many more connections that should happen in this room. So thank you, honorable ministers, for attending. Thanks to our panelists for sharing their insights with us today. I think we can give them a round of applause, and thanks to everyone.
Okay, let's give them another big hand, ladies and gentlemen. That was so informative, thought provocative, and just really exciting to discuss around. Thank you for your responses. Thank you for being engaged, especially to the honorable ministers. And I think we should give a hand to the honorable ministers because usually they should have been gone. So thank you for staying with us and just making sure that you're part of what's going on. Ladies and gentlemen, we will, for now, allow the other session or the other group to become one with us so that we can end this very, very historic meeting. Give yourselves a very big hand for an amazing, amazing audience. I think I'll call upon some gentlemen to help us dismantle the wall. Okay, the good man Shem has given you a break. So he says we could have just a little bit of a break for 15 minutes. Let's stretch and maybe grab a cup of tea or something and then come back here in 15 minutes. 20 minutes, I will be coming round to bring you back into this auditorium. Thank you so much.
Just cut off at midnight tonight. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm very intrigued by what happened this morning. You went out, to see the children. I want you to describe your visit in one word, because I'm sure as educationists, you guys know how to do summaries, how to reduce or edit. So I want in one word. So for example, if I come to you and I say, how was the school visit? I want you to say boring or interesting, although you're giving answers to your friends. You're giving answers. Yeah. So don't use fabulous, don't use interesting. So can I come round? Are we ready? How was your school visit? Informative. Informative, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. Yeah, because you might not just have a word. Okay, I'm coming round. Who else can tell me? Describe your visit to the schools. Some of you went to Tionge, some of you went to Lotus, some of you went to where? St. Mary's? Where? Mary Oxford. Cool, yeah. You know, so which school did you go to? And one word, describe your visit. Where's that coming from? Okay, cool. Don't give you answer. This learner. It was educational. Educational hands. Who else? Yes. Not more, but here I did. Okay. Realistic. Realistic. That's interesting. Realistic, eh? A big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I'm coming round. This table. Can you describe your visit to the schools? One word. Did you go? As the class monitor of this class, I will enforce some punishment. This table, your visit. Oh, somebody, you want to redeem your table? Because you know we do have group A, group B, group C, group. I want to see the group B's. Oh my God. Can you repeat your question? Okay. Describe your visit to the schools. One word. Emotional. Emotional? Interesting. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Emotional. Okay, now this one I have to ask why.
It was emotional in the sense that the power of the actions in the classroom were so compelling that I thought to myself, flying all the way from Sierra Leone to the Zambia was worth it. And there is a lot to take back to my country to actually implement. For me, that was the emotional part of it.
What word did you use?
Superb.
Superb. Oh, you're also from Senegal? Oh, from where? Really? Let's give him a big hand. He said superb. Thank you. Any other words? Did you go? Did you go? For visits. Why are you looking surprised? Describe your visit in one word.
It was super.
So clever, eh? From superb to super. Oh my God. Okay, I'm coming to this table. It looks like a group A kind of table. Group A, yeah? Okay, describe one word. Extraordinary. Ladies and gentlemen, extraordinary. Okay. Let me see. I'm trying to find a group B kind of table. Nah. I think we can, because if I find that group D, then we can put you in a catch-up program. Group D. Let's see. Yeah, this kind of looks like a group D. Let's see. Describe the visit in one word.
Are you sure where there is father and mother of ketchup can be group D?
You see, this is why I'm saying group D, because I just want one word and she constructs a whole sentence. One word. Interesting. Interesting has been used.
Reflective.
Okay. Redeemed. You have been redeemed. Ladies and gentlemen, reflective. And I heard some of the conversations people were, having regarding the visit. And that's why I've come around to just ask that one word, because some people were teary, some people are really excited, some people were surprised. So that's what I want to hear. Let's see, this kind of group looks like a group F. Tell me, one word, describe your visit.
Which visit?
Oh my God, she didn't go. Okay, she was doing a radio program, which I forced her to. Okay, so did you go? Okay, tell me.
Creativity.
It was creative. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen. And I guess I heard somebody saying that there were bottle tops being used and stones to help children count. And if I had a teacher like that, maybe I could have had math on my certificate. But help on this table. The beautiful lady in the yellow. Tell me. I know she was just praying. This girl, I'm here. One word. Describe your visit.
It was marvelous.
Ooh, again, ladies and gentlemen, it was marvelous. Okay, I'm going to end this because now we are expecting the minister. Sorry, I beg your pardon. We're expecting the permanent secretary to walk in so that we can have the close of this conference. And I know you must be exhausted because there's been a lot of mind activities. But before I end it, this table, how do you describe your, yes, in fact, in French, describe in one word what you feel the visit was, was it exciting in French? Yes.
I can't speak French.
French is there. But you can speak English. Okay, so.
Remarkable.
Remarkable. It was remarkable. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Remarkable. And c'était magnifique. Oh my God, but French is beautiful. C'était magnifique. I'm in love. Je t'aime, c'était magnifique. Le contrôleur. Thank you. And that's magnificent. Wow. Again, for French, and it's c'était magnifique. Mama. Yo. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just, I think we do have a signal. Is the PS ready for us? So shortly, we're going to have the permanent secretary come up and the ministers will be seated already. I was asking earlier on if people know energizers that we can also teach our children or teach our teachers. And there was a young lady that told me that she's got something up her sleeves. Faith, where are you? Faith is coming from Ministry of Education. She is from the Directorate of Tests. They're responsible for children with special needs. So she said she has something up her sleeves. And I'm interested. You needed your team. Just tell us what to do. These are all Group A students, so we can catch on.
Yes. What we usually do when we see that people are dozing during our meetings, we always
notice that she's looking this side when she's saying people are dozing. Okay.
We always put in an energizer for people to, and I want you to get back to your countries with this energizer. And in our language, whenever there's
lightning, you know, the thunder and lightning. Yes. So which one is the one that makes the sound? Is it the thunder? Thunder is the one that makes the sound, eh? The lightning just shows the light. Oh yeah, hence the name. Hey. Okay, yes. Now we go.
We'll go Kapata. I want you to answer Kapata.
Okay.
Kapata. 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 Ah, good. I can see you.
Okay, let's try one last time. Come here. Okay. So I want everybody to be clapping in different directions because the kapata, which is the lightning, no, the thunder, you know, it hits in different directions. Okay, go.
It goes kapata, kapata. You are not shouting.
So when she says kapata, you also respond kapata. Okay, cool.
Yes. Kapata, 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 kapata. Thank you.
From any other country, do we have energizers? Any other country? In? Oh, chimpanzee greeting. Okay. Come on. Come here. Let's give her a big hand. Where are you coming from? Which country? Malawi. Okay.
So when someone has done well, we ask how do you want us to appreciate you? So some would say chimpanzee, like a chimpanzee.
Okay. So demonstrate. As in seriously. Okay. Okay, people, you are in Africa. Welcome. So let's do this. So she says, when you've done something great and they want to appreciate you, you know, others would say, well done, very good boy, or such a good girl. But for Malawi, it's the chimpanzee. So let's try that. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh my God, you're only young ones. I can't imagine myself. Thank you very much. I'm again from Malawi. Thank you. We try this in our home countries. Any other energizer? Okay, good. The teacher in you is coming out. Nice. In fact, come to the front so that the ministers can see you. So that they know, my goodness, is she coming from my country? Okay.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tendekai Youth Impact, and I'm going to be showing you one of our positive behavior management techniques. When students are making noise in class, we don't beat them, we don't raise our voices at them, right? So if I say mosquito, mosquito, I want you to rub your hands and say, Psst. Mosquito, 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 mosquito. If I say catch it, you catch the mosquito with your hands, okay? And if I say kill it, you clap your hands. Let us try it. Mosquito, 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 catch it, kill it, kill it. Every child is looking. Proceed with your teaching.
Wow. Okay, don't just clap. Let's try it again. Mosquito, mosquito. Mosquito, mosquito. Good. When you say catch it, you're not saying clap. Mosquito, mosquito. Mosquito, mosquito. Catch it. Catch it. Clap. Oh no, not clap. Was it? Mosquito, mosquito. Mosquito, mosquito. There's really mosquitoes at the minister's table. Mosquito, mosquito. Mosquito, mosquito. Catch it. Catch it. Fantastic. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. I think that moment we have been waiting for now here. Okay, I'm told the PS is they're bringing him in. It's been a long day and I know you're really, really tired, but be of good cheer. We are at the end. We're almost ending.
No. But we are the chair is there. Yes, can talk, but finally she can also close it down. Thank you for that. I cannot have a second call too. Yes, I mean,
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And we are promoting Africa. Okay, we are going to get now. Let's have.
I didn't write it. Yeah, just as long as it's a minister having the final say. Okay. Yes. No, in fact, I was guided like that, but we can always go back and tell them that let's leave like this. No, minister, no. That is why we said, what was the way? Yeah. No, that's But I hear you.
But it's okay. You can phone him.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Actually, what now what we're going to do is going here. Period. That is protocol. You cannot go. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Colorado. Yeah, yes. No, but also, I think no true on politics. No, but it's appreciated. The one here is not there, and one of us. Absolutely, absolutely. No, thank you. Thank you. No, thank you. Absolutely. I did.
Ladies and gentlemen, announcing the arrival of the Permanent Secretary and the ADEA team. Thank you so much.
I was supposed to read the declaration, but I would be like once the because being a host country, so I was wondering.
But you can make his remarks.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, so it has so you could drop it. And I don't even if it's remark on behalf of the so you can close the I didn't feel I need to speak. Oh, I can just
So can I go into the front?
Yeah.
It's a printer problem, but we want to project it on this country.
Unless you feel so
just keep the way.
The risk is that they may make the closing when they understand. Maybe but this to inform them.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we say finally? Can everybody say finally? Yes, finally, we are closing the meeting. Just want to apologize for the delay. We had a bit of a technical failure, but as ADEA, we have overcome and conquered again, and we're back on track. Thank you for your patience. Thank you that you didn't walk out or slap me, especially since I'm the one talking a lot. Thank you for your patience. And now that we have come to the end of the meeting, I do have the pleasure of calling on Dr. Jacqueline Follotier to come and give us the findings, the recommendations and agreement on the way forward, the declarations that have been made from this meeting that has taken place in Zambia. Remember, we keep saying it's a historic meeting. 50 years from now, they will be saying the declarations that were made in Zambia 2023, and you'll be among those. So thank you for all your hard work. Thank you for your intellect. Thank you for making this work. A big hand for Dr. Folatier.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I will now read out the declaration as agreed by the ministers present here. We, the ministers of education from Zambia, Angola, Cote d'Ivoire, the Gambia, Ghana, Malawi, Namibia, Sierra Leone, South Africa, Uganda, Zimbabwe, and ministerial representatives from Senegal, Benin, Botswana, Kenya, Eswatini, Madagascar, Mauritius, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and Tanzania congregated at the Taj Pamosi Hotel, Lusaka, for the ADEA High-Level Dialogue Forum on Foundational Learning on October 31st to November 1st, 2023, under the theme, Crafting a New Africa by Rethinking Foundational Learning. We affirm foundational skills are the building block for future learning. Africa's future depends on its children's foundational learning. Demographically, the African continent is the youngest in the world and will be for the next 26 years and holds tremendous promise. The human capital investments we make today build these foundational skills for our young children will help us realize the continental potential and ambitions today and in the future. Note that foundational learning skills are critical for learners, and the early years allow learners to acquire these skills, which will support their future learning and predispose them to success. Recognize that African learners are struggling to acquire the basic literacy and numeracy skills they need to succeed in learning, a reality all countries present have acknowledged, confirmed, and agree that requires immediate action. Urge for strengthened commitment, action by African governments, and concerted efforts from partners and stakeholders. At the continental and national levels, this will require a comprehensive and coordinated action plan that can only be achieved through strengthened collaboration and partnerships. Reiterate that strong foundations for Africa's children call for intentional efforts by governments to safeguard children's access to high-quality education. Acknowledge that not every intervention is relevant for each context. Interventions related to teacher training and support, structured pedagogy, involvement of the community members in promoting foundational learning, playful learning, use of locally made teaching and learning materials, and having policies that address out-of-school children have been demonstrated to be effective in furthering foundational learning. Emphasize the importance of using data at the classroom level and during policy decision-making, which will require continental action to enable national targets to be set and monitored. Reiterate that realizing the AU Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, depends significantly on how much Africa invests in her youth and children with quality foundational learning. We therefore resolve to develop and adopt a starter pack model for foundational learning as a resource guide to ensure uniformity, continuity, and sustainability. To urge our respective heads of state to be champions of foundational learning to create visibility on its importance. To work with ADEA and partners to collect relevant data to inform policy and decisions on foundational learning and foster dialogue, peer learning, and sharing of good practices on what works to further foundational learning in line with the Year of Education 2024. To strengthen links between early childhood education and early grade education and advance the adoption of structured pedagogy and the implementation of age-appropriate teaching methods. To enhance the power of technology to increase the number of qualified teachers and enhance their well-being. Adopted on 1st November 2023 at the ADEA High-Level Policy Dialogue Forum on Foundational Learning at Taj Pamosi Hotel, Lusaka, Zambia. Thank you.
Well summarized, especially after heated debates and deliberations. Well put, and I do hope the ministers are happy with what they've heard, and I hope it's representative of what you were discussing. Thank you very much. A big hand for Dr. Folotia. We only have 3 steps to the end of this very important conference. What's going to happen now is I'll call on Albert, and after that, the Permanent Secretary, Education Services, and after that, to close, we will have Honorable Conrad Saki from the state of Sierra Leone to close officially. But just now, it gives me great pleasure to call upon this man that has had no sleep at all to ensure that this conference is a success. Let's put our hands together for Albert Nsenguyumva, the Executive Secretary for ADEA.
That's true. This night is going to be totally different from the last 2 nights. They were very tough, I can tell you. But you see, the good thing is, was it Monday? Monday I went to sleep around 2 or 3 a.m. in the morning because I was spending a bit of time here to make sure tables, chairs, everything was in order. Yeah, so it was tough. But having been in this conversation since yesterday morning, I can tell you, I'm so impressed. And I can only express that through gratitude. Gratitude to the government of Zambia through the Ministry of Education. Gratitude to you, honorable ministers and country representatives that are here for gratitude to a number of representatives from different countries. There are a number of them that represented their ministers here. And also gratitude to our partners, several partners that are here, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, the Africa Development Bank, the USAID, VVOB, UNICEF, name them. There's a number of them here. And they greatly contributed in many ways in providing resources and bringing technical help. This afternoon, when I attended one of the panel session, I was impressed by the quality of discussion. So that's what made me feel, enjoying this time, because in the end, you need to make a bit of efforts to get to these kind of things that are happening. And someone need to do it anyway. So I happen to be one, and other colleagues that I see here that have been working tirelessly. Let me also thank my colleagues. I see a team there. Where is Mami? There's a gentleman called Mami you see sitting there. That guy is really impressive. Thank you, Mami. He's the guy who was working on the IT, connecting people from all the places. And you can tell the way he works is really an open-minded person. He does things, with joy, and we appreciate that. But let me also, Shem is the architect. Shem, thank you so much for everything you did. The architect behind the program, Chinedu, thank you for making communication work. There's a gentleman called Prosper, the one who's dealing with tickets and with rooms, with all these things. He's there. Thank you. But let me also thank to the team from the Ministry of Education. I see Kalimbika here. Kalimbika, thank you so much for all the work you did. I hope Joachim is in the room and several others that made these things happen. Thank you, Joachim, and other colleagues. So mine was that, really expressed gratitude to everyone who contributed for the 2 days to be such a success. But of course, success called new challenges. We have just listened to the declaration. Let's make this declaration meaningful so that in a year time from now, when we meet again, we are talking about progress. We are talking about ownership. We are talking about the result from partnership. We are talking about new innovation taking place. I'm sure when I visited one of the schools here, I realized why I have some challenges during my education time. Looking at the teacher, this young lady teacher, very passionate. You cannot tell if she's playing by teaching, if she's teaching by playing. I think they were both. And I really enjoy that. So that's what we are talking about. Whatever we are discussing here should be seen in the classroom. So let's continue this kind of learning, sharing. It's also been meaningful that we are accountable. We are accountable to those children. We are accountable to ourselves. So without taking too much of time, I know the PS is waiting, the minister is waiting. Let me conclude by thanking you again. Let's meet again. Next year has been declared Year of Education. Let's make it different. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Another big hand for Albert Nsengiyumwa. Thank you so much. It now gives me great pleasure to call upon the Permanent Secretary responsible for Education Services. He has been an interested party, constantly checking on us to see if we're on track, and we're doing what is expected of the Ministry of Education in collaboration with our partners. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Permanent Secretary, Mr. Joe Kamoko.
Good evening, or is it good afternoon? Okay, I didn't hear that bit. Good evening. And wow, congratulations, Job. Well done. Allow me to recognize our various ministers here in present, all those representing the various ministers, but above all, our able executive secretary of ADEA. You're just a marvel to watch. I wouldn't like to repeat you, but I'd like to emulate your work culture. I want to recognize here in present the various representatives of various organizations, but also the senior government officials from the various government ministries and departments. I want to recognize the representatives of development partner organizations. You've made this conference a conference with a difference. I want to recognize all educationists and participants here in present. in Zambia, we always don't forget to recognize the fourth estate, the press, because they make it happen. What you say, if they don't share it, it's not done. So congratulations to all participants here in presence. Allow me on behalf of my minister, my head of, in that order, my PS administration, Noriana Mneku, who should have joined us, but I told her it's all right. I'll try and play double roles and hopefully I won't misrepresent you. I want to indicate that as a government, we are delighted to come to a close in a ceremony which is high level in nature and indeed rightly dubbed high level dialogue forum. We believe you've had fruitful deliberations and that you've made further advances on your commitment to prioritizing foundational learning for the children of our continent. We hope that you've enjoyed our true Zambian hospitality and that your stay in our country, busy as it was, has been pleasant and hopefully extremely productive. We are delighted that many of you have been able to appreciate and witness catch up, as I promised you, in action, in a class, catching up with that child who is catching up to read and write. That is what has inspired you to invest in programs that suit your context and that are based on evidence. When African countries share policies, research, and practice, we create a positive movement of the whole continent. Ladies and gentlemen, since the minister is going to close, I will not say in closing, but I want to recognize that this high policy dialogue forum has made a room for us to make a common call to all our leaders and policymakers in Africa. Let us take full advantage of the African Union Year of Education in 2024 to massively transform education across Africa and focus on boosting foundational learning for our children. As a country, we are happy to champion this together with other highly committed countries. We owe this to the future generations of Africa. With these words in mind, I want to sincerely take particular recognition of the Secretary General of ADEA, the key organizers around him. That Executive Secretary, you were exemplary, and I hope a lot of us can learn the power of teamwork. And also allow us just to recognize that you gave us a chance to host. You, the cooperating partners, you so unwavering in your support. You came in huge numbers. Our international and local delegates, you made this opportunity rich, but not only that, your contributions in the sessions as already reported. And as we learned and listened to the communique, it speaks volumes about the efforts that were here in the past 2 days. So to you, our international and local delegates, for your rich contributions in these sessions, we just want to say the Ministry of Education, team. I think Kalimbika deserves one more clap with his team. When we took up this task, I wasn't too sure time was our best friend, but with the help of all the experts, it's come to pass. I'm sure tonight, you can honestly say you will have an honest sleep. So, having said all this, allow me then to leave room for our minister who will come and declare this event closed, but say, there's still a night, you know, if you are still in Zambia. Why don't you enjoy it? We love you. Thank you for brightening our corner. God bless you all. Hold on a second, please. I was caught off guard. I forgot I had a duty to do. allow me to singly take the honor to invite you to now close this ceremony and allow the delegates to enjoy the pleasure of Lusaka's evening. Honorable Sekeko upon you, sir.
Ministers, Mr. Permanent Secretary, Mr. Executive Secretary, the Fourth Estate, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we reflect on the communique, let us, for a few moments, imagine an Africa where every child can read and write. Imagine a continent where every child has the skills they need to succeed in school, higher education, and life beyond. Imagine an Africa where our children are our greatest asset. This is a future that we can create if we work together to achieve our foundational learning goals. With this in mind, I have been directed by the chair of ADEA's steering committee to say a few words of thanks. Let me first of all start off by thanking ADEA and partners for inviting us to this high-level policy dialogue. Let me also thank all the participants for sharing their successes, challenges, and the solutions to address those challenges. Finally, let me register a note of thanks, appreciation, and on your behalf, love to the President of the Republic of Zambia, to the Honorable Minister of Education, and to the beautiful citizens of Zambia. I came to this meeting at a mere 12 stone big. I'm leaving 13 stones full. There is an African saying from the west coast of Africa, which says that when an African first comes to your house, they come as a stranger. And we have come to this event as strangers. No doubt, the next time we'll come to Zambia, you would have invited us, so we'll come as your guest. And the third time we'll come to Zambia, we will come as a member of the family, and we will ask for a Zambian passport. Let me, before I close this event, take the opportunity to leave you, the participant, with a food for thought, just a food for thought. And as we've gone through learning by, or play by learning, or learning by play, let me be playful. And let me adopt the lyrics of Whitney Houston as we reflect on the constituents that we will come to discuss and to sign this declaration on.
We believe that the children are our future. Let's teach them well and let them lead the way. Let's show them all the beauty that they possess inside. Let's give them a sense of pride to make it easier. And let the children's laughter remind us all how we used to be. On that positive note, let me, by the powers vested in me, declare this event closed. Thank you.
Oh my God. I feel like singing that song. Beautiful ending there with that quote. You know, I've heard the song before, but him reading it out and using his bass voice to say, let the children's laughter remind us of what we used to be, just sounds so alive. A big hand for Honorable Conrad Saki, the Honorable Minister of Education coming from Sierra Leone. Thank you so much, sir. Wow. And I think that's what education is all about. It's learning in a fun way. And before you know it, you can remember this conference for the rest of your life because of the song that was quoted. So thank you, sir, for being creative in your speech. Another big hand for the Honorable Minister. And sir, I will take this opportunity, Honorable Ministers, I'll take this opportunity to just thank our sponsors, our partners, because without them, it is not possible. It was not going to be possible to have this successful event. In our culture, we have a very strong proverb that says, "Umwana shitasha, mwana wa wandoshi." In English, although English can't really express it the way it is in our language, is saying that a child who is not grateful is a child of a witch. Meaning that's a bad child. It's not acceptable. You must be grateful. And we want to show gratitude by mentioning our partners. And I'll start by mentioning the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Let's just give the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation a big hand. USA, the big hands. VVOB, a big hands. World Vision, a big hands. Just give me a minute. Children Sentinel, Zambia, a big hands. UNESCO Institute of Statistics, a big hand. UNESCO Global Education Monitoring Report, a big hand. Human Capital Africa, a big hand. Better Purpose, a big hand. OECD, a big hand. Global Partnership for Education, a big hand. We need to give a round of applause to MasterCard Foundation, a big hand. Luminous Fund, a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Africa, let's give them a big hand. Beyond Ourselves, let's give them a big hand. HASEC, a big hand. SECMEC, a big hand. And Africa Development Bank Group, let's give them a big hand. I think I've mentioned everybody. Okay, let me also mention AAAZ, Triple AZ, let's give them a big hand. UNICEF, let's give them a big hand. Zox and Rocks, a big hand. And then Roger Federer Foundation, let's give them a big hand. Child Fund International, a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. International, a big hand. World Bank, did I mention World Bank? Okay, yes, please, let's give a big hand to the World Bank. International, let's just give them a big hand. European Union. Okay, you know what, we can do better than that for the European Union. Let's give Comfort a big hand. Did I mention Save the Children? I did. Okay. Yes. So I don't want to mention the same sponsor twice, but is there a sponsor that I have forgotten or haven't mentioned on this list? Mentioned? Plan. Wow. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's give a big hand to Plan International. Any other? Federer, I announced Roger Federer Foundation. I announced it. Anything else? Lego. I think the Lego pieces. Seriously, can I have some? I really love building those. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Lego Foundation. Any other? It's very important that we mention you, please. Any other sponsor? You wait until I become a sponsor. You will be sorry. Because I'll be like, you need to mention me again after all the money I've put in. But thank you so much for partnering with us. You are our all-weather friends. And it's interesting to see that it's not just Zambia that you're partnering with, but so many other countries. Thank you for reaching out to us and working with us. Let's give the sponsors another big hand. Thank you for making it possible. And you know what? I'm here talking because of the sponsors. So especially Lego Foundation. Saying that I'll walk away with some Lego pieces. Ladies and gentlemen, this marks the end of this very, very historic meeting. I would like that everybody be upstanding. Seriously, I wish I could sing that song for Whitney Houston. I was just going to say this line, let's sing this line together, but I can't sing to save my life. I can? Wow. Okay. Honorable Minister, you know the words so well. Can you even sing it? Let the national anthem. Thank you, sir. Let's sing the national anthem.
Stand and sing, O Zambia, proud and free, land of wake and joy. Thousand birds fly, we know, oh, so sweet. Africa is love. Let us go happy. Under the sun. So sweet. One sweet.
Ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you remain standing as we allow for the ministers to take leave. And as they leave, let's just give them a big hand. They've been such fun. They've been interactive. They have spent time with us. Thank you to all the ministers of the various republics. Another big hand for the ministers, the permanent secretary, as they take leave. Participants, the delegates, please do not forget to register for a chapel in your various hotels. That's the Sun Hotel, the Pomosi Hotel, and the Grand Palace. Please don't forget to register for chapel to take you to the airport. Thank you very much. God bless you. Have a good night.